Screens. Great. I would like to call the August 26th, 2025 regular council meeting to order at 9:07. Sorry for the delay in getting the meeting going here. We had a prior meeting and we were encountering some technical difficulties, but welcome to council. The deputy reeve, I believe, is going to be joining us online today. So welcome council and administration in the room. Jenna, representing the leader. See some of our delegations here. So we have the meeting targeted to end at 12:30. So some of us farmers can get back in the field and stuff. I guess it'll be dependent on what the add-ons to the agenda are. So speaking of the add-ons, Councilor Naka.
I have one addition, which is Township 574 east of Range Road 171.
It'll be 7-9. 171. Councilor Whitus.
Yeah, I got 562 dust control. $562 and between 200 and 195. And I got two in camera labor. Labor.
Anything else? I don't have anything. Administration. Done with that. Then. Okay, if there's no more additions, I'll have a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
I move that Lamont County Council adopt the August 26, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Questions or concerns? Councilor Warren.
Nobody's on.
Okay. All in favor? Yeah. Carried for 0.
We have Jay trying to help Deputy Reed get online.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on to item number 3, adoption of the minutes, 3.1, the August 12th minutes. Council has had the opportunity to read them. Any errors or omissions noted? I'll entertain a motion to adopt the minutes as presented.
I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council adopt the August 12, 2025 regular council minute meeting as presented.
Any questions or concerns? See none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried for 0. And we also have item 3.2, the adoption of the August 18th budget committee meeting minutes. Anyone notice any errors or omissions? Being none, I will entertain a motion to adopt those minutes.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the August 18th, 2025 Budget Committee meeting minutes as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 4-0. Okay, we don't have any public hearings scheduled today, so we'll move on to our delegations. And 5.1, the Lamont curling rink. You gentlemen,
You got to end up in that. Should we sit in the hot seats or?
Yeah. We can either put in the door or the door.
Got to echo. Pull up more chairs if you need more chairs.
Okay, so you got about 15 minutes to do your presentation, and then we'll probably allow you another 10 minutes for questions and
Well,
answers.
it's pretty short and sweet, to be honest with you. So good morning, gentlemen and ladies. We're here on behalf of the Lamont Curling Club. I think everybody knows everybody. This is our president, Aaron Geiger. I just live over here on Park Road. If you don't know, we live at Pitchfork Gardens, and Bob Starco, Tim Parts, myself, Gerald. So last April, we were oh, by the way, we're coming today with our hand not like this, we're coming like this. I imagine you see a lot of those, but last April we had the plan of the curling rink went out. Right the week before our major bond spiel, that's our big fundraiser, our kind of takes us over the top spiel, but unfortunately the plant passed away on that day, and a few days there was no bringing her back. Her heart gave out on her, so we have to put it on, and it's going to be a fairly hefty bill, like $600,000 worth. So it's going to be a brand new one. It's going to be on a skid. It's going to come in and get hooked up to the old system and make us work as a small group. We don't have those funds available, so that we approach the town and naturally, and it's they come forward and are paying the bill. But as a club, we've applied for a grant for $300,000, which hopefully comes through. And then as a club, we've kind of stepped up and said we would like to cover the other half of the 300 and come up with $150,000. So we're here today to ask you guys for some help. We have in the curling, it's pretty active. We have a lot of rural people curling on farmers. Neil has a couple sons that curl there, daughter-in-law. Dave, you curled there, and you got your name hanging up on the wall there. I think your kids have curled one time and given the curling. Not sure about Roy. You're more than welcome to come curl. So we have a pretty active group of rural people coming there. Well, it's probably there's more rural than town people. Don't know exact numbers. I don't, Tim, you kind of know more about that.
I want to say it's about 80% kind of rural, a lot of outside of town minutes.
So it's just quite and it's a good group of people. It's kind of unique place in town. Like it brings people to town. Like that last chance Bonspiel, Utah, or to the community, I guess, is last chance Bonspiel. Like 14 rooms got canceled that weekend. Right? So that's just had the same that people coming from all over. We didn't make the CTV news in Calgary because we had kind of a cake curling thing. fill in, we had, you have all your food bought, the concession stuff, everything's all bought, ready for the weekends. And that turned out good, we made national news and the club's been kind of, it's kind of, I don't want to say it. One of the curling community, we've been around a long time. And so of us are girl competitive and people know us from that way, so. I guess we're asking for some assistance, if you guys could help us out. It would be much appreciated. I realize that as soon as you say, yeah, here's some money, you're gonna have, many other people knocking on the door, so you're in a tough position too, but. I guess, we're asking for some money, so I don't know, you put a number on it, or you people talk about it, how it all works, but that's kind of where we're coming from. You guys wanna add anything?
Just that the Bonspiels, the club, we put on, we're all known for our Bonspiels. The farmers does very well, very well. We've had people come in from Calgary, we've had people come in from Saskatchewan, Lagadish, Athabasca, you name it, Boyle, Wasetna, they're coming around from all over the place. To not have this facility in this community, I think would be quite a detrimental blow to the recreation facility. Like Jared said, we're just looking here for some support.
The only thing I can add is that this is a catastrophic event. This is a once in a century or once every 50-year event. It doesn't happen every 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years. If your plant goes out, it's a big nut to crack to get back going again. That's all I can add. Like Bob's saying, it's the pulse of the community. Years ago, the church and the community center with dances and the curling rink, that was where your main events were. So now there's no more dances really at the centers. Not many are going to church anymore. So it's the curling rink that a lot of people migrate to, whether there's curling or not. It's a social event, which a lot of County of Lamont people, farmers, acreage people, they migrate to. We can't lose it.
How many years ago was it you celebrated your 50th?
2013.
2013, we did that, yeah, that time flew by.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a feather in her hat too, that was a pretty big thing. Another thing that kind of goes with just, we only have 15 minutes, sorry, but since 1980, there's never been a fight upstairs, never been a fight in that curling rink or altercation where the police had to be called, or for the amount of bond spilling that's been done in that building. That's just kind of tells you what kind of people are in that organization. So do you guys have any questions? I guess that kind of wraps it up. I don't know if you have any questions about anything.
I do know there's kids all the way to Shannon Bridge that curl there on a regular basis. You have that beginning of the year, that the better curling, I forget what you call it.
Super League, yeah.
Super League, and then you have on a regular basis, there's kids all the way from Shannon Bridge coming up.
They bring the Lucerne boys come from Fort Saskatchewan, they bring a truckload every Wednesday, carpool and bring a teams from Fort surrounding areas. So one week, one guy drives and the next week everybody takes a turn. So we're drawing people from quite a distance around, and it's been successful. So we hope to keep it going. And
One other comment that they make, our past president, Glenn Huxley, had put a tremendous amount of work into the facility in resurrecting junior curling. She's resurrected the league. So we're getting more and more participation in the curling, and it's showing with the Bonspiels and the resurrection of the ladies league. We haven't had a ladies league in how many years? 10, over 10 years, and that's coming back. We've got the ladies deal, farmers deal, last chance deal, and the junior curling is strong again. So that's good. That gives something for kids to do.
We haven't, we're not specifically looking at the county to supply, some funds. We've also reached out to other local businesses, machinery dealers, elevators, inlet terminals. The response has been very good so far, so.
Unfortunately, and we rely a lot on casinos. I think every group does. And so now, if they would ever change the thing that it should be and share with everybody, except give it to the cities. Like we're a 5-year stint right now, well, 5-year wait. So when we get in one casino, the city gets 4 times that every 2 years. I think sooner than that, a year flip over. So unfortunately, they get 100,000, we're getting 20,000, so it takes us, for every 5 years, that would take us, a lifetime to get what they get in one shot. And if they would ever do it the right way and kind of share with everybody a little bit, but that's not in politics stuff.
Our next casino is until 2028, and I think that money already is earmarked, for this project.
Aaron, any questions?
No, only one comment though is, I mean, this isn't just for rural and for farmers. I mean, you guys the school puts on an education program to get some, I mean, it's part of the school curriculum, and you know what? The hockey rink is getting a little dated, and there's no other sports. Sooner or later, we're not gonna win for people who wanna come to the town. Cause there's nothing off the kids for extracurricular stuff. So, I mean, that's not a favor.
And it's worth supporting, and that's a lot to rural and urban community.
Here's that rink built.
Okay.
You got 55 years out of that. Was that a new plant when you built?
Well, see that, we were, like, none of us were part of that build, but that plant was used when they put that in there, so.
That became the old curling, didn't it? Did they come from the old curling?
I don't think so, I think they had a
They
break.
just bought a
That would have been too small, the old one. The old one was only 3 sheets,
Yeah.
it was 5.
Okay.
I think they had to bring that one in, but it was time. So,
Plan to go for the curling.
yes.
Nothing to do with the arena. Prices have really gone up, eh?
Well, yeah. It's like everything, right? It floored all of us, but it came down to the same thing, the town, over the town is coming here, that do we keep it going or do we shut it down? The biggest thing is if we let the rig sit, we don't have curling, we're gonna lose our people. And COVID was different, there's nobody had anywhere else to go, right? They came back, but now if we let them go, that other people find over different things. But it sounds like it's on track to be done for October 1st, so.
So you've applied for a grant under CETA, Community Facilities Enhancement Program.
Correct.
And that's a 50-50 grant, right?
Correct.
But there's really no labor you can do in kind because this is basically the installation of the plant, right? So.
Well, we did offer, labor in kind, roughly a value of around $20,000, and that would have been for helping build a pad or providing piling or tear down the unit, things that we can handle, because obviously, given the pneumonia plant, we can't build. So that's all the work we could do in kind, was just peripheral work around the outside.
I have to ask you, Aaron, was any relation to Albert?
Yes. Yeah.
Threw curling rods against him.
Yes.
My lifetime here.
Yes. Still curling. He's still curling. He still throws in the half too.
One step better than me then. And I assume you approached the town of Lamont for assistance also.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so basically what's happening right now, as far as the plant, they're purchasing the plant. They paid, like they're paying for it. The grant was applied for, there's still some battling going on as far as like around the wording of the grants and everything. So there are some issues there as far as like working kind and being listed as not being ready because we didn't have all the funds, but just wait. So that almost taking place right now. I don't know where it's at. Yeah, they can make the town. But they have purchased the plant. It's scheduled to be, and it's a skid mount unit. With future plans that building was built in 1980. So it's aging infrastructure. But the nice thing is a plant can be picked up, unhooked, picked up and moved over to wherever we need to. So it's not being installed inside, it's being installed outside, which also brought the price down because we don't have to build a larger outside unit with ventilation for bringing it to the 21st century, which is, using ammonia instead of, that nasty chemicals that we goes on.
All right, any other questions?
So it's a separate building outside.
Yes, so it's gonna be where the old water fill station was on I think the north side, there's a pad right there. So that work in kind was to amend that pad if we needed to, or extend it, or, form whatever we need to do on, but the town hasn't come to us yet, so we're assuming that the pad that's existing is good enough. So it might be some fencing work to do so they gotta be able to have access to the field still.
And that land is owned by the town of Lamont.
Yeah.
Great.
Correct.
Okay, so it's in the town. All right, any other questions? Anything else you wanna add?
I don't think so, I guess.
I think, yeah, I agree with.
When we go in here, guys. We talk about it, I don't know what. Talk about it.
Well, I think curling rinks have been a part of communities. They're what carried communities years ago and stuff. And I still remember curling in the old 3-sheet. That's where I started curling in high school. Actually, no, I started in Ross Creek. I don't know if you remember that. Sure, you might be
No, I don't
younger than me.
remember, I never been to Ross Creek. I'm not that.
But there was a 2-sheet curling rink in Ross Creek, and that's where I first curled, but did a lot of curling along here. And I think, yeah, recreation is very important, and kudos to you, executive, and the people on the boards there and stuff, because you've carried that curling rink a lot further than a lot of curling rinks, and I think it's still got a very viable future. So
No, we've got a lot of young people in there, so that's nice to see. I think that's keeps us old guys longer, the young people are, and they're good kids, right? Everybody, they're just good people in there, so I think it's got a bright future as long as we can keep going and get some casinos and stuff and once in a while and do some fundraising.
the government regarding casino fund distribution and casino allocation, and you're certainly right. I mean, we should be going to Fort McMurray every 18-20 months and get a check for $50,000 versus we're part of Camels too, and it's like $20,000 every 5 years, which just isn't fair.
No,
That's a whole different story.
yeah, it's,
So
they just peeled a little bit of it, even just a little bit of that. Some of it really good work, but that, it makes sense. Sometimes if it makes sense, people got to realize.
So what we're gonna do here is we're probably gonna accept your presentation as information, and then we'll direct administration to bring the business case back to council, I guess, for the next meeting. We're gonna put the pressure on administration.
Mr. Reed, I was thinking if you wanted, you could table this item until the closed session to provide us some direction. Sounds like there's support from 4 of you, but I have no idea how much you're prepared to allocate.
That's the 25,000 each.
It's another thing. If you wanna hold off till then, in camera, I just gotta let 2 or 3 of us know, we'll fill in the camera. I'll get that live too. So if you guys are okay with it, we're gonna go play farm, or do you need us here? Okay, thank you, gentlemen, and ladies, for your time, and look forward to hearing.
You bet.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It's already.
presentation. So we accept the presentation as information. Do we want to refer to closed session? Discuss it.
Yeah. Yeah, we would have to find out what options we got, what kind of monetary we're taking.
Order for administration, you know, the business case, I don't know what we're thinking.
Otherwise, just be them.
So a business case would be something to build into next year's budget. I'm thinking their need is a little more immediate, so we'll talk about it.
Yes, I'll entertain a motion to accept the presentation as information. Aaron,
I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the presentation from the Lamont County Curling Club, Gerald Mashmeyer, as information. Table the discussion on this matter to the closed meeting.
okay, so we should probably include all names instead of just Gerald.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay,
And we're going to do a friendly amendment.
and then what's tail end of the motion?
Refer to the closed session.
The debate. Thank you, Eric. Any questions or concerns? See none, all in favor?
Aye.
4-0.
5.
Hello there.
Yeah, hello.
Did you hear their presentation?
Yes, I sure did.
All right. So now we only have to, now we can split 100,000 5 ways.
Yeah.
Okay, so that motion is carried 5-0. Is our second delegation here?
There is one about history.
Oh, sorry.
I overlooked that yesterday when we were.
So obviously, we're not gonna finish it. Great, guys. Okay, so let's move on to, item 5.3. There isn't any, so we'll move on to 6, bylaws. And there isn't any bylaws today, so we'll move on to item number 7, business. 7.1 is the 2025 Centennial Scholarship Grant.
Hey, Mr. Reed, so earlier today, Reeve and I, as well as Deputy Reeve, Ms. Benoit and Ms. Rendero, met as the Centennial Scholarship Committee. We reviewed for submission, and the committee came to a consensus on providing a $1,000 grant to each of 2 individuals. The committee has deliberated, reviewed based on criteria and policy, which includes citizenship and rural community involvement, extracurricular activities, their letter of application, career goals, employment and volunteer history, and letters of references generally from the principal of the school or a school counselor. I'll hand it over to you, Mr. Reed, to present the committee's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I think the council recalls last year, we only had 1 applicant for the scholarships, so we had a bit of concern as to why people or students weren't applying for scholarships. So we made some changes, and I think through some additional hard efforts on the part of Sarah, we ended up with 4 applications this year. Out of the 4, it was a tough choice. Some had better marks, some had poorer marks, some had more community involvement, some had less community involvement. Some had a more defined career path that they wanted to go on. Some weren't quite sure and were more on a general path, and nothing wrong with that. I guess it's each their own. But at the end of the day, after analyzing the 4 applications, the committee decided to recommend Gabrielle Windorf and Christian Nimchik for the scholarships. Questions or concerns? And the scholarships would be $1,000 each.
Mr. Reed, as you indicated, you had four very good candidates, and the policy allows for the other 2 candidates who applied this year, but were unsuccessful to apply again.
Even though they're a year having graduated. And that was a change we made last year to encourage more people to apply.
Somebody, what was the change?
Where we allowed them to apply that they graduated this year, but they can still apply for the scholarship a year after graduation. Because some of them also, they don't go to post-secondary right after high school. They kind of take the year off or whatever there, so. So any questions, comments? So it's the committee's recommendation. We're looking for council's approval.
Lamont County. Yeah, Lamont County Centennial Scholarship Committee recommend the council award the 2025 Continental Scholarship Grant in the amount of $1,000 each to Gabrielle Windorf and Christian Nimchik.
It's the scholarship committee recommends that Lamont County.
Oh,
Can we just say that the Lamont County Council award the 2025 scholarships? All right, we're gonna do
So I'll do it again. Yeah. That's fun. The Lamont County Council awarded the 2025 Continental Scholarship Grant in the amount of $1,000 each to Gabrielle Windorf and Christian Nimchik.
Great. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yeah. Yeah, that's carried 4-0. So he stepped away for a bit here. Okay, 7.2, community halls and transportation grant approval.
Mr. Reed, we're on page 69. This is the matter that addressed by council on August 12th. You debated and deliberated the 2 of them that are on this list. All but 3 were new. All were repeat applications, 3 were new. And the direction that you provide us at the last meeting with the take action as discussed in the closed meeting, so we're bringing this up for your approval as with the community group for the community halls and transportation grants program.
So the grants that are recommended here are pretty, well, they are the same as what council discussed in closed session. Yes, the question would be, has council had any second thoughts about any of these grants, or are we prepared to proceed as previously discussed?
We've already went through them.
Yeah, well, you haven't said that, Councillor Wood.
We need to read them all up or as listed.
We'll ask our recording secretary.
Can say yes. I don't love here. They will.
Okay. I'll make a motion that Lodge County Council direct administration to disperse 2025 community hall and transportation grants listed.
Okay, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Deputy Reed, are you on the line? Carry that 4-0. Okay, we'll move on to item 7.3, Lamont County Council sponsorship request.
As discussed at last meeting, the Lamont Public Library has provided in part community hall and transportation. Council felt that this should be brought forward as a sponsorship as it fits under that policy guidelines for sponsorship as opposed to community halls grant. So under that direction, we're bringing it forward for your consideration. The application is the same that was reviewed in closed session. $2,000 for sponsorship to provide some additional assistance, provide library hours and services to our community due to stagnant grant funding and lack of other revenue sources. It's also listed within the application and noted that there is a large presence of county residents that access the public.
I move that Lamont County Council provide Lamont Public Library with a $2,000 sponsorship. Any questions or concerns? See none, all in favor? It's carried 4-0. Okay, we'll go to item 7.4, the 2013 International Spray Truck.
This earlier in the year, service board meeting, being run, we suggested we bring this forward now. Sorry, the last meeting, it was suggested we bring it forward now. This has to do with the disposal of a spray truck we no longer use, given that we've had a very successful program using contracted spraying suppliers. See that in 2023 and 2025, the prices ranged between $6,400 and $11,000. So this is here because council's policy 7,001.23 disposal of surplus assets from suppliers and proceeding with council list for approval.
Questions from council?
They're gonna advertise the same with all the municipalities across Alberta. There's a rate reduction route. It's all very well for municipalities.
Yes. For maximum.
So is the spraying equipment attached to the chassis or is it on a skid?
So it's clear on the back.
It is being sold as a complete.
We're selling it, that was my question, whether we're selling it as a complete unit.
Yeah, that's what Mr. Lynn indicated for.
Cause that truck should be pretty good shape. I think it only has 34,000 kilometers or something on it. So
For all the years it's been added, everyone, we want to sell it as a unit. Yeah, more for it rigged up than hardly them.
hey, so I want to put the resolution on the table.
Motion that the council authorize the sale of one 2013 international spray truck in accordance with policy 7001.23, disposal of surplus assets.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
That's carried 5-0. Item 7.5, request to meet with Minister Dan Williams at RMA.
Municipal Affairs Engagement Team, indicating that the Minister of Municipal Affairs is entertaining brief meetings at the RMA Fall Convention in November. While there is no guarantee we will get a meeting, he was asked that rural municipalities identify whether they would like to meet with him, and where possible to identify 3 topics for discussion. They're quite firm on only 3 topics. And again, there's no guarantee. They will be trying to meet with counties that are a distance away from Edmonton, meaning more difficult or challenging to meet with the minister. And where possible, communities that the minister has not yet met. So a few suggestions that council may wish to consider, or there may be others. That could be topics for discussion. One is approved funding to municipalities for infrastructure. I guess really I'm talking about STIP funding for bridge replacement. Express a concern to the minister about how LPRT decisions, land and property rights tribunal decisions, are adversely affecting the sustainability of municipalities. They are in essence challenging the assessment regulation, particularly with industrial properties. One of the other things that the council has expressed concern with over the past 2 months is the significant increase in the education tax, the perception that municipalities are taxing, and that in essence the province is downloading the taxpayer angst and perception of municipality, particularly where there is an inequitable allocation of costs, meaning there are no new schools being built within Lamont, and we're carrying a significant burden. The 2 other areas would be opportunities for additional potential grants for the water line conveyance. Education, that the FCSS funding has not increased in a number of years. 2 others that emerged are, there used to be a program where urban and rural municipalities could purchase fire equipment on a 3-way partnership with the province. And there are others that you may wish to raise, but we would need to narrow the list to 3.
Council's thoughts. So the STIP applications, that's actually under transportation, right?
Yes,
So
with the burden that we carry.
the other item I thought of, is, during the break, I'm gonna be doing an interview with, a reporter from CBC in regards to unpaid oil and gas taxes. And I know it's something that the RMA is pursuing here, but across the province, there's close to $300 million of unpaid oil and gas taxes. I think in our case, it's over 6 million. And if you divide that by our population, it's roughly $1,600 to $1,700 per resident. We're carrying the oil and gas industry, and I was just thinking maybe we should talk to the minister about some funding to recover that lost revenue. $6 million is a ton of money, and here again, more downloading by the province. They made some decisions at the oil and gas industry, and they didn't pan out so well. So as a result, it's the municipalities are ending up carrying stuff, right? So
Mr. Reed was listening to your remarks. One topic could be municipal sustainability with 4 or 5
items.
such.
And the other issue, and I had the president of the Surface Rights Board call me yesterday regarding the delegate that we had at our ASB meeting the other day. And I think the Service Rights Board as a whole has some concerns about weed control releases and stuff also. So like, it's oil and gas companies, and they're kind of riding on our backs, I guess. So I don't know, I think sustainability or with certain items under certainly be something that we would want to. Just think, we could be $6 million better off.
So is municipal sustainability with references to the or the assessment or review, the insurance strategy, the oil and gas, the tax, the LPRT and fiber code. Second one, the bridge funding, SIP.
Under sustainability, do you have the police funding? And so we move forward. The That's it'd be number 3. Am I right with my $6 million?
Believe so, I had to also double check, there was a number, quite a few that were made about 5-6 years ago as well, so. We were in the $3 million range last year's of what we had outstanding, that we're not paid off yet, so. You know,
Okay, so let me get a figure for you. So that would be that.
Yeah, Lamont County Council Direct Administration to request a meeting with Municipal Affairs Minister Dan Williams at the RNA Fall Convention 2025 and
To discuss
to discuss the following items: municipal sustainability matters, bridge funding, STIP grants, LPRT impacts.
Okay, any questions or concerns? Council's all in agreement with those 3? In favor? Dan?
Yes, yep.
Very good.
Did you hear me?
Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you, Dan. Yeah. Well, she's scheduled for 1, so even if she went around 11.
Oh, you're talking about the delegation. We're on, look into the city.
Okay. Yeah, because we're cruising through this agenda pretty good here, so. All right, we'll move on to item number 7.6. Having said that, what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
Murray, Laurent.
Mr. Reed, we received a correspondence item from Mr. Murray. He expressed concerns that the road encroached on his land. Staff have reviewed the matter for bringing forward this presentation. Mr. Boyko, Mr. Poulet, who's here, Mr. East is asked.
thank you, Mr. Kanowski. So yes, the correspondence item was discussed on May 27th. If council wanted to have copies of that May 27th council meeting item. So there was a number of items that was in Mr. Laurent's email. And at that point, council passed the resolution to provide a report regarding the road conditions and provide a recommendation to remediate the road allowance concerns. So his questions are in the italics on the briefing note. And so we'll just walk through them. If council has any questions, we can talk about it at that time as well. So the first question statement that he has says, the county does not maintain the road, the oil company does, and not very well. So this particular road is covered under a road use agreement with Spur Petroleum as the primary user of the road. Spur maintains the road on the county behalf. The county does maintain Range Road 175 on average once per month, most recently being on August 14th. As well as Spur Petroleum is the most active road user, graveling of this road is done by Spur Petroleum under the terms of that road use agreement. And just for council's reference, there is some maps in your package as to where this road is, and as you'll see the road allowance and the details of each parcel along the way. Statement number 2 that he had in his email was in living with a lower standard of road than the rest of the county roads. Unfortunately, Range Road 175 is a dead-end road north of Township Road 572, and has only one residential property along it, as you'll see in those maps. Statement number 3 was damage done to our vehicles due to the road conditions. As with any damage that may arise on a county road where the owner feels that the county is liable, administration recommends that an insurance claim is started and that insurance claim is forwarded onto our county's insurance provider for review. There is the individuals feeling that the road is liable for the damage to their vehicle is something that we deal with on a semi-regular basis, that there is insurance for that particular purpose. Number 4, road is on. And Range Road 175, but this is not a unique situation. Not this for many. And just 4 things you'll see. That the road and you'll be able to see this particular road here. 4 years old. The road starts up. And interesting. You'll see a number of spots where, as you look through those pictures, that fence lines and tree lines are not in alignment with what is the borders on these particular air photos. Now, again, these air photos are not perfect in regards to survey. That is certainly the only way to determine what the actual property is. And then his last statement of major taxes. We don't. This particular resident purchased this land in 2019. Normally, when purchasing the land, you get a property report, which includes a survey. This person would have time. What we understand is that this neighbor survey was discovered. This was that all of the borders are not where they thought they were. But so just for council's reference, on page 22, Municipal court. So session with. So through this portion. And the taxes paid on these 3 acres went out to about $4 based on our categorization. Now, if the argument is made that that's not farmland, then the taxes would actually increase to residential rate. But at this point, the assessor maintains that he will leave it at the farmland categorization.
That's the cost of the survey.
Yes.
Rodney, you referenced fence lines. What page are we looking for?
You can see on page 111. There's actually a better example sort of on 109 and 110. You'll see that those fence lines, so those tree lines at the top are well inside the property on page 109. Same with the left hand quarter on page 110. You'll see that there's an obvious fence line that is on the north-south boundary that is outside of that quarter.
Would be right next to the number 572073. That whole portion, red, just left of that, is where the road is.
Part of this property's commercial improvement. What's on there? Well, it's part of
There's some well sites down in the bottom right there. Some type of operation.
Even if you have a lease in your land, the owner isn't taxed for it.
Yes, but I believe this is that particular owner's commercial operation. Sorry, I said well, but I meant a commercial operation out of the right. And he is, that roadway that goes across his property as well as he gets revenue from that, from my understanding.
Yeah, and you mentioned that. Corey, does Corey have a road use agreement?
2024, they signed in 5 years. Go on
They have any infrastructure down there.
yes, they have a well site.
If you look on page 103, at the top where the purple line from the roadway stops, there is, it's faint to see, but the roadway that they have a private roadway along that east-west. So, yeah, and it goes off to there is a facility about a mile there.
Because that one was underwater in 2020.
There is some definite drainage issues that along that. Mr. Dietz and I did do a site inspection. And the area that is inside the box 2409, like there's a definite low area in there, as well as there's a low area just before this particular person's house. Where between box 2407 and 2406, you can see that there's a water course in there. And that is the location where there was, that spur did place some larger rock to help alleviate. There's a significant water issue there.
Because actually, I think that water issue starts further to the east along 572, probably about a half mile to the east further.
Yes. But the ditches are, essentially, there's not a lot of ditch in them to build up that road. To create a ditch would be a significant road reconstruction.
Basically sand.
Yeah, it's fairly,
Do we get assessment sheets anymore?
we do, yes.
It's for a total assessment of $5,800. That's not very much.
No. But it is 80 acres, again, on page 110. You'll see the majority of that land is bushland.
Those taxes farmland, not recreational farmland.
There is only a farmland, assessment.
He's in essence paying $4 a year.
Sure, because of that.
So,
But, and that was taking the, that 5860, land assessment, dividing it by the 80 acres and multiplying it by 3.
Is it wet in there when they get the road down? Or what happened? Is it a wet area?
This was most likely built, like I said, built in the 40s. From the look of it, it looks like they started constructing one way and then realized about about half a mile from the end that they were missing and turned back. So, which is fairly common throughout many municipalities in the province. Back when they were building this, GPS didn't exist, and it was
The elevator graders and whichever way the rocks were last they went.
yes. 3 acres, 3.4 acres.
What do we pay to buy right away?
Well, we have, let's see.
so what is his ask?
In a nutshell, what's his ask? Yeah.
We saw item 154. Obvious answer. Cities don't be paying tax on lands that he is not able to enjoy. Well, yes, he's asking.
He's looking for, yes, so his open. I suggest you do. Well, he feels this. Well, speaking with the tax assessor, he looked at these items and the tax assessor does not feel that they would warrant a reduction in assessment. So in fact, the only thing that they may warrant is an increase in assessment by changing that land designation. Yes. Yeah, so that would increase his assessment, so this In this particular case, the assessor has said that, that he feels that the value of the land is fair.
Just think of who we'll be working with Spur to ensure that they're adhering to their road use agreement.
And in speaking with Mr. Dietz, that Spur is keeping their road use agreement in good stead.
And he purchased property in 2019. So if we own $4 a year, we're talking roughly $25.
Yes.
The regulation indicates that we don't make adjustments back any further than the current year.
So then we own $4.
1 month.
And if there was an easement given for that land at the time it was constructed, our records don't go back that far.
Okay, so the recommendation from administration is to uphold the tax notice.
To uphold the taxes?
Yep.
That's correct.
We've talked about $4 a year.
Buy it across the street.
How do we know we didn't buy it already? Yeah. There's no records.
How do we know we didn't buy it?
How do we know we didn't buy it already? Because we've had other places that are purchased and.
That is, we probably should have that recorded, right?
Well,
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Back in the 40s, documentation wasn't as good.
People are happy they had a road, they didn't care which way they went.
It's probably gonna end up with a better road now that Spur has a road use agreement there, because that slough will get filled in and.
We put a lot of rock in there since I started a few years ago.
No, for sure. Okay.
And it is only it's a fairly small spot, it's maybe 2-3 meters. That is the low spot, so the rest of the road is in fairly good conditions.
Well, I think there was some issues with downstream flow, but we put some new culverts downstream, so that may alleviate the flooding there. Okay, so the recommendation is to uphold the tax notice. Council okay with that? Okay, I'll put the motion on the board that Lamont County Council upholds Murray and Karen Laurent's May 17th, 2025 tax notice for taxation year 2025 for a total amount of $2,349.21. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you get me?
Okay, so why don't we? Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, let's recess here for 15 minutes.
Mr. Reeve, our second delegation will arrive at 12, or will be prepared at 12.
Okay. All right, welcome back to the August 26th, 2025 regular council meeting. We'll reconvene at 10:41. And we'll move on to item 7.7, changes to policy 4203.25.
Mr. Reed, we're on page 113. And we've got two policies that make her to four. Now we'll make reference to access to information and protection of privacy legislation. The policies are between page 115 and all the adjustments in red. Need to add,
No, it has, three notes of that, that there was some grammatical correction, maybe. But other than that, it's just the others.
this is representative of what you saw 2 weeks ago when meeting the whole director has been bringing.
Maybe it's gonna make one addition that schedule A for policy 420324 will be deleted as it was related to Portland.
Very good, that would be,
That is page 123 of your agenda. The form that is given to us. The freedom.
I think if you were unable to read one, it's because.
Lastly, on page 126, you have the S highlighted. You got the first letter highlighted in yellow.
This is probably lowercase and she made it upper.
Yes, I just made capital.
Okay. Also, any questions? So good with the changes?
Page 6, well, 116, section 33 just got changed to 13.
Well, yes, because the sections is different. The section in the act is different. The big was section.
what page is that, Eric?
116.
Any other questions? All of the changes?
I move that the Lamont County Council approve changes to policy 4203.24 video surveillance, Lamont County, and policy 700 0.24 procurement as presented.
Any further questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. Deputy Reed, are you online?
Yeah. I was just reading here, sorry.
Okay,
I think that's in favor.
I think you're in favor. Carried.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, let's move on to item 7A, follow-up action report.
So we're on page 135, the follow-up action list starts on 136. You will see that for the most part, everything is either complete or in progress. Most of the items that are still showing in white and in progress are being dealt with either today and on September 9th.
Oh, shit.
Happy to answer any questions. Please use the index number on the left column.
Question for Mr. Rock. We have a thing here about 574 and 171. We brought up again today, but here it says it's complete. Is there an issue that arose from it?
You're reading your mind.
I don't know if it's complete, but I brought this issue up a year ago. A year ago, it was told, we'll bring it up in budget. I think in budget, we said, well, we'll see where this goes. I brought it up. I think at the last meeting, we said, well, we'll do the road tour. We viewed the road tour. There were some comments made. That's 17 trident holes. Did you see a rock or any gravel on the total gravel? Not that. That's my question. Why I brought it up.
Nine.
Yep. Okay. Well, no, I'm here, so.
Item number 24.
You've directed us to reduce the invoice we sent into it.
No, 24.
24, apologies. With the absence of a planning director, I listed a third party to help me move that along, so I do not have an update for you. Hope to be able to provide an update to you. Somebody else.
Okay.
All of the masters are on their respective wheel working at a favorite pace, so I had to go outside to fill the shoes of the applicant employee.
Okay, so item number 3 and possibly Rodney and Corey on this one. So Westcan accepted to do the work for $213,000.
Yes, Mr. East confirmed with them before we brought that proposal forward, that they'd be prepared to do it at that rate.
I see the signs are up. They're gonna start September 1st to the 30th. So does that impact traffic at all?
No. It shouldn't, in fact, because they do one lane at a time.
Typically, like Councilor Worrell mentioned, you only do one driving lane at a time so that you have one lane open for traffic.
Yeah.
It's in time for equipment to try and move down the road with their headers and stuff, swathers, and
It doesn't take long for this one. They did the whole that mile or that 9 mile road, they did it in 3 days. Wasn't even 3 days.
Yeah.
Mr. Fuller will advise if this answer is other than what he's doing.
Any other questions?
We never had a problem before when we were sealing that road.
Council good? Good. I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council accept the August 26th, 2025 follow-up action item report as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried 5-0. Thank you. 7.9 Township Road 574 and 171, right?
Councilor Tanaka has already identified. He has questions about what's being done there, so during the break, I did ask Mr. Poolen to find out whether he forward some EIS or other records show when and how much gravel was placed. I'm happy to do that. Don't have that information. Bigger question is what would you like to go going? What would you like to be going forward?
Okay. So this was brought up a year ago. And it was mentioned, we'll discuss it at budget, review it. And review it spring of 2025. Nothing was discussed, nothing, to my knowledge, nothing was done on site. The ask is not for county spec road. The ask is for some 1.5 inch gravel in the low areas. For it's about 3/4 of a mile that would go west on 574 to what would be Range Road 172. The road we did to this stretch of road, I think Mr. Dietz had mentioned we put 500 tons of gravel on this area. So we put 250 per mile on the normal road. This is 3/4 of a mile, we put 500. And I didn't see a speck of gravel or a rock in that 3/4 of a mile high area or low area. That's 17 tridem loads of gravel in that 3/4 of a mile. Anyway, this undeveloped road allowance is kind of different than the one that we addressed for Beaver Hill Lake access to the lease. I'm just wondering if we can put a few loads of gravel in those low areas. I didn't see anything on that. I've driven that twice, plus we were there on the road tour. I didn't see graveling, so I just would like to know if there's anything that can be done.
I can't speak to the exact how many gravel that was put there, but Peter said pull the GIS records and we can update council on how much we did put there. I was there when they did bring in some of the gravel and stuff like that, and our grader operator there, he was quite amazed, just like we were, that those two big low areas there basically just kept on absorbing the gravel. They were like a big sponge. And I was as shocked as you were that went back there a couple weeks later and it's like we didn't even gravel. So then it got to the point, how much gravel are we gonna have to throw at this to stabilize this road? So there, it is absorbing the gravel quite a bit.
All they're going in there was a 4-wheeler with a little vehicle, so I don't know where that gravel went, because with the amount they put there.
That's what I was just gonna ask, so is there a chance that maybe somebody has borrowed that gravel for a driveway?
So that's, how many trident loads did you figure out? There should be some gravel there and it's bare all the way, so.
There was logging going on there. Was there a road use agreement for that?
They did it without our knowledge, so we tried to get that logging company into sign a road use agreement. We're dealing with them, and they would not sign the agreement with us. We tried to shut them down, and they kept on just doing what they did.
Okay, it's not, I'm just bringing this concern up because I didn't see any gravel, so. Just like to put this to rest. But discuss for the next year. Anyway, if you can provide that information, it'd be helpful, because like I say, on the road tour, there was no evidence of that.
So we've got bring forward information of gravel placement. Do you want also a recommendation on how to deal with that road going forward? You just put in, just put in the number of loads of 1.5 inch gravel as solution. You need something bigger. Do we need to use some sort of texture mat or something?
How many loads, Roy, did you figure out? 17?
Oh,
Yeah.
my.
28 and 30.
20 ton, yeah.
And 17, 510.
You got a
There'd be gravel, I just can't believe that whole.
I got a question. Do we have any crushed gravel in the Daniluk pit?
We have some stuff out there that's.
But from the.
Why don't we put that in there?
Pit, not all pit.
There may be a small little pile left.
Not
Are
enough?
you thinking that more clay in that gravel
Yeah,
to help with it?
yeah.
Because we do have some well struck gravel sitting in part of Lamont yard, and it did have a higher clay content in there, so I do.
If somebody's stealing that gravel, it would be that would be a recommendation.
There would be tracks and stuff, so. There'd be loader marks or bucket.
But didn't we discuss on this road tour that we're doing this, we're not sure what we're gonna do any further with that road because it's not a permanent residence.
It's just there's no,
It's an
nothing
access
taxable.
route to, it's nothing taxable. It's the farmland guy's got a trailer parked out there.
Appreciate Councilor to bring closer to the one understand where it is, so we'll bring you information. Road. That recommendation. Different than what already.
So, you know, Corey, was that pit run or crushed gravel? So that's not good.
It's
Put
still a
some
lot of
three,
gravel.
put some 3-inch gravel in there.
I just can't believe 17 loads of gravel disappeared into that road.
I think we
Cause the logging trucks never went all the way west, so.
Stated earlier on, but I don't believe 500 truckload or 500 tons is put on.
Pretty big pile of gravel.
Sure.
Administration for bring back information. Correct.
To direct administration to bring forward information on gravel police on Road Township 574 and Range Road 171 and recommend how to address the issue.
Excuse me, jeez.
Any further questions or concerns? Seeing none, those in favor? Dan?
Yes.
Thank you. 5-0. Item 7.10, Township 562 and Range Road 195 to 200.
There's, that's a collector road, it's the road to the garbage dump. And, right now with harvest starting, there's, Super B's hauling grain to Star and to Pioneer. They go that way and then they go down 195 from the fields. In between 45 and 831, all the Super B loads and, the west end of the, excuse me, the west end of the dust control has been shortened over the years, and a few years ago, they put lime and stuff in to harden the road. The ask by the ratepayers living there is if we could extend it a little bit to the dust control to the west a little ways. Super Bs, when they're coming, they carry all the dust. And with the west winds, east winds, don't matter, it misses yards, but with the west wind and it carries on the Super Bs and his yard is getting flooded with dust. So the ask was to see if they could extend it a little to the west on 562 towards Radio 200.
Sorry, I didn't miss the beginning. Is that a haul route?
It's
It's not.
it's a collector road, the garbage dump.
That's west of 831, right?
Yeah, west eight, so second mile. Second mile, there's 2 yards, they got dust control between 2 yards. It was hanging in there pretty good on the west side of this, it was soft and they ripped it up, put lime in there, which hardened road pretty good, but with the Super Bs, it carries the dust for a long ways and he's getting choked up. Ask us see if they can extend it. That's soil there. Yeah, well, but he asked even if we could use that new stuff that MD or whatever, but let's just spray it down for its harvest.
We'll use some calcium there now.
Our dust control policy is written, if we do, how many meters?
I got say here is that we are on over 22 meters per calcium. Existing one, so we try to match what was existing there. So I believe I know the yard site that you're speaking of, and I do believe that it was shortened.
He's shortened to the west, yeah, and they put lime in there.
Actually, we could spray magnesium or extend the oil if that's council's recommendation. Yes. Yeah. So we have a crew doing the shoulder pull right now, and we also have another crew over with.
Longer. He'd be happy with whatever we give them longer, so whatever we decide. Pardon me?
As we go there.
Well, it's shortened up quite a bit there, and there is one family that sells all their grain this time of the year to the either Pioneer or Star, and they got 4 Super Bs that are running steady. All the grain right combine, they don't do it in the winter like other people do, right? So.
Do your have it administration investigate and.
Okay, I'll probably yeah. But by the next meeting will probably be done. Dust controls, right? 2 weeks from now, it'll be cold.
What we're gonna do to make the motion today and. Administration look after it, so. 30 meters.
Last add 30 meters to the west end of the dust control.
So when you upgrade, do you incorporate it all or?
Typically what we'll do is we'll run the grader over to fluff up what's there, if there's an existing gravel or oil. send the spray truck over and sprays it and soaks it.
It'd be nice to drive for the next week, so. How's the time? So how about this as a resolution, direct us to do it and then include it in a future amendment to the dust policy.
To extend it.
Do it now. Yeah, and bring forward the potential to extend it next time we bring forward the dust policy.
I'm hearing it was shortened at some point because we put lime in the road or something.
Yeah, because there was some soft spots in it, stuff like that, so we should have a couple of residents who burned up on this.
Motion on the board. Last night, there was no wind and you traveled on the road and the dust was just.
We had oil trucks hauling from the west there, and there weren't that many, and our yard, it was just a cloud of dust for 3 hours there, just no wind.
Also, what is the temperature need?
Yeah, do the,
Instead of investigate one thing.
Lamont County Council Director Administration to address dust control at Township 562 and Range Road, Range Road 200, 195, and bring back information when amending the dust control policy in the future.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that completes the business items. We'll move on to item number 8, which is the committee of the whole. And I will make a motion that Lamont County Council move the August 26, 2025 regular council meeting into committee of the whole at 11:08 a.m. On to item 8.1, the 2025 municipal elections. All in favor of going into committee of the whole?
Aye.
Yes, carried 5-0. 8.1.
As has been the last number of meetings, Jeff Line is pleased to bring another briefing with regards to the municipal election. This time dealing specifically with candidate nomination, because the time is here.
Really fantastic. Just bring this forward again to you and to make the public aware that this the nomination day is approaching on September 22nd, and nominations have to be filed until noon 12. Individuals residing in one of the 5 divisions of Lamont County may run for the office of council. In the election, Lamont County has one division. Candidates may run in the division they reside in from California. Anybody must follow certain provisions stated in the Local Authority Development Act and Lamont County's 2025 municipal election bylaw. After familiarizing themselves with the Local Authorities Election Act, individuals running for office must qualify as a candidate and complete a notice of intent form, a nomination paper and candidate's acceptance form, also Form 4, a candidate's financial information form, also Form 5, a consent for disclosure of information, and a criminal record check performed between July 21st and September 22nd, 2025, before noon. And additionally paying $100 nomination deposit. No nomination is complete without required criminal record check as per Lamont County's municipal election. Necessary forms and more information on the process can be found on our website, that's lamontcounty.ca. This is also where electors can see the register of candidates with contact information on candidates who have filed a notice of intent with the returning officer. Printed nomination packages may be obtained at the reception desk of Lamont County's administrative building. And candidates must drop off the nomination package in person.
You have to get a binder in front of you, don't they? You sign them?
They have to, yes, the Commissioner of All has to, sign this.
Are you a commissioner of both? So
Yes,
do
I
you, okay, and so you're,
Not two other commissioners. In the office.
so either you or Sherry can accept them?
For, Mystique. And thank you. In office until the newly elected councillors are sworn into office at the October 28, 2025 organizational meeting.
Okay, any questions for Christiane regarding the process? I think we've all filed notice of intents. I'm not sure if we filed our formal nomination papers here or not.
Mine are down there to pick up on it.
Yeah, this week, I just got my criminal record check yesterday in the fort. No surprise.
Fast.
Good.
Your past hasn't come back.
Nothing.
You ain't.
Well, really go back so far.
All right, if there's no other questions, I'll accept the motion to accept this information.
I move. I move that Lamont County County Committee of the Whole accept the report on 225 municipal election candidates nomination as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried 5-0. Move on to item 8.2, GIS strategic business plan.
Michael will get you through a high level overview of the GIS strategic directions. Note there is an error in the document. Says the following four objectives, say the following 5 objectives. You'll recall that we council approved the committed GIS position last year. And our GIS resources now work through our current situation, starting to develop understanding of where we might go. It's likely that these 5 objectives will be reflective of recommendations in the future, whether it's a budget time or otherwise. So we'll go ahead and
Thank you, Mr. Kowski. So, yes, so, one of the things we had, we included in the 2025 business plan was which was to develop a GIS strategy and plan for operational deployment. So, the background information there and the history of the employees is in our package. I won't go through all that. But essentially, the GIS department provides a flexible GIS functionality within the county to ensure that system results are provided to department heads and stakeholders in regards to those GIS needs. So there's 5 areas that we developed in that strategic plan. And the first one is to provide reliable geospatial intelligence and solutions. So a common way of saying it is that providing maps. But really it's the analysis, data and geospatial advice that is really important. And when we look at that, just examples that the council may use is, seeing where flooding happens over a variety of years, where road closures are. And being able to do, we call them heat maps, seeing where if you can see on a map where there's areas that need to be addressed, and providing those that in geospatial intelligence. The second one is expanding the WebGIS capabilities. We get a lot of requests from people to have maps online for public use and residence use. Currently, our system, the old system didn't have accuracy that we wanted to be able to do that. But that is one of the items that we are moving forward to, is to making sure that the data is available for residents when they need. Number 3, preserving the accuracy and integrity in data management. This is probably one of the most important things. Troubleshooting the database deficiencies. We've just found over the years that there's a lot of items that maybe weren't in land titles, maybe weren't in our system. When the initial system was brought over, that there was some inaccuracies in that data. So working through that, making sure every parcel of land is actually recorded properly, and that all the information is there. Working with the third parties, as you all know, we currently use MRF as our GIS provider. And there's a lot of back and forth that's required to make sure that they are providing the standard of service that we expect. And then the last one is pursuing new applications. So is there things that can increase our efficiency of operations and our reporting? Of course, it's going to be based on the cost benefit of that. You can always get something to provide you the information you want, but it all costs money. And so we want to make sure that when we're looking for that we are finding opportunities to provide information, but we're also doing it on a cost-effective manner. For instance, one of those that we're working on right now is just being able to track all of the service requests that residents provide on a map, so that we can start again seeing those heat map areas. Is there a specific area that happens? And instead of finding an outside service, which was quite expensive, we're doing that programming to find that. So, and that's in the testing phase. So this was we want to provide council just a very high level update of what we're doing in the GIS area, and allow for an opportunity for questions. And if I can't answer them all today, I can definitely bring them back forward. And just, an example of what we're doing was that item that we brought forward earlier, item 7.6 in our agenda, being able to bring that analysis forward with actual GIS mapping and measurements.
Any questions for me?
We've come a long way from where GIS was primarily just something that we used for dealing with the weed inspections, as well as tracking canola fields. We're building assessing how best to address emerging needs. And when people bring forward opportunities for efficiencies or to do things differently, we look at these fund strategies and understand priority perspective where they fit. Obviously, maintaining continuous, reliable solutions is the first one. We don't want to lose it. The last one is a new application. That's why I went 4 to 5, because we wanted new applications to be unique.
And, you know, the current system, MRF, does some things very well, but there's other things that it does not do, and that's where we utilize the staff members to be able to look at different sources of data to find that.
So all that money we spent on RMF is, MRF.
No, we're no good at for building.
And there is some things that it wasn't doing well, and so we've actually been able to cut those out, to save quite a bit of money. But there are some things that it does very, for instance, tracking equipment. You know, where a grader was, where a truck is,
Was a truck speed.
yeah, what is a truck speed? You know, where are the weed notices? Those kind of things. Those things it does very well. That's what it was designed around. There's other things that it can't do, providing that, you know, that intelligence back and forth. It doesn't necessarily do that well. So we've had to add some programming and some. We use a combination of free programs, MRF, as well as ArcGIS, another paid program, to depending on the needs of it. And you know, working on that, being able to get that information out to the public. You know, we're trying to find the best application for those. MRF might be it may not. So we're analyzing those options.
Is there any specific information that ratepayers and the public are looking at? Mapping?
A lot of times it's assessment information that they're looking for, the ortho photos to see what's on their land. Being able to see things of, you know, is my fence line in the right spot? Is, you know, what type of roads there are? You know, and you'll find, you know, it'll get to the point where a lot of people are asking, where are the paved roads? Where are the gravel roads, higher quality roads, and that kind of thing. So there's a lot of information but a lot of it right now, which is kind of in that very early adopter stage, a lot of it's people who are looking to buy or sell. There's a lot of information that economic development has been using to show, you know, prospective developers where people are looking to sell, what land is available, what facilities are around it for like natural gas, power, roadways, so that they know what they have to build when they come to the county.
Is their land ownership map updated?
We've been updating it every 2 years. And that's based on the cost. It wasn't cost effective to for the money that we were getting in to have somebody update it externally every year. And so we made the decision a few years ago to go to every 2 years. But now that we have an in-house person, we may increase that back up to 10.
If land changes hands, we don't update that for a couple of years?
It's the names that are on there. It's every second we've been doing that. So, and we have, so we, you know, right now we have a 2025 now. Last year we were selling the 2020. And it's land changes so often that
Well, there's such a backlog in land titles too.
yes. So there's about it's not as bad, but at one point there was an 8-month or more backlog at land titles. Normally we pick a date, usually June is the date we've been picking. Just because that's, you know, usually they've caught up from the last year and after before that. Summer is the biggest time for sales.
So we thought it was overdue to give you an update.
So you're giving us an update, but is this our GIS strategy here?
This is the
Or is
executive summary of the strategy. Yeah, we have larger strategy behind it that Cedar Inn has been working with. And essentially, it's a internal customer service for the most part. So we want to make sure that departments heads are getting the information that they need on a timely basis. So that's why we have the background, but we didn't feel that the council needed to go through all 20 pages of the comments. So,
I'll entertain a motion to accept the information.
The Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the report on the GIS strategic business plan as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. Yeah, and I'll make a motion that Lamont County Committee of the Whole return to the August 26th, 2025 regular council meeting at 11:27 a.m. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Deputy Reeve? You can grab the full call. That's carried 4-0.
Aye.
Aye, thank you, 5-0.
Yeah, I just went on mute there for some reason.
Okay, item number 9, director's reports.
go ahead. Thank you for the So, yes, this is the corporate services department report for the period between May and August 2025. We are on page 149 of the agenda package. Just for council's awareness, this, for some reason, I printed it twice. So 149 to 152 is what I'll be talking about. 153 to 156 is the exact same. So I will not read it twice.
Thank you.
So just a couple of highlights respecting information here. Goal number 2, grant funding. I want to talk about that. We have received the funds. It says receipt if. It should be receipt of funds for the 2020 disaster recovery program. We did receive just over $1 million for that program. That was, you'll see that in the triangular report coming up in the next meeting. We also received notice from Municipal Affairs that they're transitioning to a new online platform for their grants. This is following a national cyber attack that happened. So we right now we don't have any online information that we can access for grant funding. Of course, we can always follow them. But that's something that we're going to be seeing a change in our grant funding information. Page 150, just wanted to kind of bring up the ongoing collection of receivables. We are working with one of our aggregate suppliers to get that one cleaned up, fairly large one. We also just wanted to make a highlight to council that to ensure that council members get their expense claims submitted before nomination date so that we can have those paid up before that point. Goal number 4, the admin building maintenance. The carpet installation for the main floor was approved. In fact, it will be starting on Thursday and going on through this weekend. And we approved the work for the front desk access changes, and that was approved in budget. And we anticipate that will be started sometime in mid-September. Moving on to page 152, just some of the areas I wanted to highlight there. There was an occupational health and safety inspection, a random inspection in June 2025. So the inspector came. It resulted in only one issue being identified, and that was with a grinder that had an inappropriate guard that at some point in the past was had broken off and was welded on, and the inspector found that item should be removed from service, so we did that. It was very interesting that this inspector focuses on municipal operations only, and he was extremely satisfied with what he observed. In fact, he had planned to be here for the full day, and had said that after just spending a couple hours in the shop and with safety staff, that he felt his time would be better spent somewhere else other than that, because he was extremely satisfied with what he saw. Then just as other items here under finance, so the service level and budget package for the 2026 budget meeting facilitated that council review of the budget mid-August in preparation for the new council term. So again, that will be presented to the new council once that happens, and I was scheduled for the first week of December. And then the last item commence the enterprise resource planning review for development of a replacement system due to the end of life of our current ERP system. And as noted in budget discussions, that originally that system was supposed to be end of life 2026. Microsoft has since extended that to 2029, so to give a little bit more breathing room for those that are changing. And then the last item, process water project, just kind of highlight a couple of things. Again, we'll be getting a more detailed review at the next council meeting, but we have received the first installment of grant funds from the Urban Heartland Association, and we applied for the second installment. And from just after we had prepared this agenda, I had heard that the printing of the check was in process for that next installment, and that is in the $5 million range, 5.8 is the number. So that check should be coming in shortly. And
Any questions for Rodney? Receivables, including tax accounts.
There's probably about 300,000-400,000 receivables at this point. That's normal for what we got.
So
yeah, so that's everything from aggregate levies to water lines and various other matters. So you'll see when we do our report at the next meeting that our receivables we're slowly working our receivables down for previous balances. A lot of that mostly just set up the information and the reports are common reports.
The tax collection, what percentage did you were
we were at 93% from what I saw last. So again, the biggest issue is the oil and gas ones that are outstanding. You'll be seeing in the next coming meetings the tax recovery auction figure being set for that. Over the past 4 or 5 years, we've been getting more consistent with providing the options, doing the notices. Previously, that was not happening, and that has resulted in significant collection of taxes.
Other than that uncollected portion, we had arrangements with certain companies, and I think Seco Oil and Gas was one of them.
will no longer be the case, because
Yes, they stopped they stopped paying their arrangement about 4 or 5 months ago, if I remember correctly. At that point, we did send them a demand letter. And we are in court with Cycle at this point. But we're not expecting, the expectation is not high.
I think the AER is planning on doing something with them. So
Yes.
Our bill is gonna add up and we're not gonna get nothing anyway.
And we're trying to minimize the wear as much as we can at this point.
There's nothing to get there.
Yes. So we're paying enough that that if there is updates that we're being notified about it, but we're not actively fighting.
any other questions? I need a motion to accept Rodney's report as information.
I move that Lamont County Committee of the Whole. Oh, that's the wrong one. Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the report on the GIS Strategic Business Plan as information.
You're on the wrong one there, Dan. We're on the
No.
CFO 9-1.
Oh, right there. That's okay. Yeah. Yeah. I move that the CFO Correspondence Service Department activity report be report May to August 25. Oh, I'm still on the wrong one. The Lamont County Council accept the CFO's Corporate Service Department activities report from May to August 2025 as information.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Any questions or concerns? See none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried 5-0. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 10, committee reports. Councilor Anuka.
I don't have anything. I gave 3 last time. I haven't been. I'll take the report.
Unless we might come up at the end of this month.
Got nothing right now.
I have nothing.
Yeah, I do have one. August 24th on Sunday, I attended Ukrainian Day at the legislature grounds. It was an awesome day. The weather maybe was a little too warm. Could have maybe had a bit of a breeze there. Probably hard to gauge because it's at the legislature grounds and people come from all over the area to enter the grounds there, but we did have one distraction where some character with a Russian flag decided to interrupt the national anthem. So he was quickly ushered away. Overall, a great day. Good entertainment. Dance, music, and songs, so that part is good. Obviously, it would have been nicer to have it at the Ukrainian Village, parking a little more accessible, and but I guess it is what it is, and hopefully the village is back in business for next year. I talked to David, the manager of the Ukrainian Village, and they're dealing with the government in order to get things ironed out and rebuilt there. I did present remarks on behalf of Lamont County, and I believe Jay posted my remarks on Facebook yesterday. So if you're interested in hearing what I said and you have Facebook, you can go to that page, see what's there. Yeah, it's a great day, weather was warm and people enjoyed themselves. Kind of remarkable that Ukraine was celebrating their 34th year of independence on that day because they declared independence in 1991. And it was actually the Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Village's 50th anniversary. They were established in 1975 and this marks the 25th year. So it's unfortunate we couldn't be there, but hopefully we will be there next year. And that's all I got. So I will make a motion that my committee report on the Ukrainian Day Festival be accepted as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to item number 11, correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. We have once again divided the correspondence into those which likely warrant action.
Oh, jeez.
In the second grouping, if you wish to. Every resolution about that's just fine. The first one is from CKPC Rail Company with regards to Rail Safety Week, which is August. The correspondence we received on August 8th. The Rail Safety Week starts on September 15th to the 21st. They've asked us to promote their messages on a social media channel. And through the other appropriate approaches, they've asked us to advise our CP detachments of them aware of and declare Rail Safety Week. And we have proposed a recommendation that is available on the screen, which you also have in your agenda package that council declared the week of 15th to the 21st. In terms of correspondence, just for information, we have information from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs with regards to a fire services grant. Is aware of this and will be working towards submitting an application by September 30th. We also received a municipal affairs notification about the Canada Community Building Fund allocations. The overall amount of money is $276 million. The market share for 2025 is $278,000. Always Michael will bring forward at budget time recommendations for the highest and best use of those dollars. We have the next edition of the Police Review Commission status update for August 5 to 18. That at your leisure. We have the RMA email with regards to the Richardson ground squirrel. We received that on August 18th. Mr. Elignac sent that to all of you so that you could respond directly. I'm certain that he has responded from the perspective of Ed Fieldman. Item 12.5, which is the email that carried this letter dated June 2023. So in response to our letter to the Minister of Transportation and others, the Yellowhead Highway Association chose to send an email to the same distribution list, underscoring the importance of the resolutions that they made back in June 19, 2023. You may recall on Deputy Reed Warwood's initiative, council sent a letter back in 2023 about the dangerous intersection, Highway 16 and Highway 855. And they can also advocate in support of highway improvement at that intersection. We also had the Alberta Recreation and Parks Association conference this year. I don't know whether Lamont County has participated in this conference. Generally speaking, we rely on delivery of recreation opportunities through the town of the villages, but thought I would include that. And lastly, we have an information item from RNA. This is with regards to the elected officials education program, indicating that there will be new 101 courses available immediately after the election, both in person. And while I was looking into whether this is the same Beauty 101 course that council put on suggestion of the getting it on, it is. So I do not believe that you need to take it again unless you want it. So we're contemplating whether we book a couple of spots, should there be any internal or on council, or whether it would be just a matter of making available to any new councilors the opportunity to attend online. So that's just an information. That's all I have this week. It needs to be taken by everyone. Is that what they wanted? See that that's part of the required orientation in this.
So as I recall, we scheduled an orientation session. I believe it's October 23rd.
Yep.
That's internal here, right?
It's internal. And we have an external one regionally.
There's an external regionally one, and all counselors have to take that one. As for, there's something in the MGA that says all counselors.
It does not necessarily have to be the Munis 101 course, but all counselors must take an orientation, and there's a number of, I think there's 5 categories that have to be addressed.
Well, if we took him in the past, do we need him again?
Yes, Liz and I confirmed it once. So that being the case, we perhaps should book 5 seats. In one day of our meeting.
There'd be 5 people there, but it's good. It may not be us, but somebody could be there.
For your component.
So that might be something actionable in terms of the correspondence. So we have a suggested resolution in here for the declaration of rail safety, and we could have a second resolution. Administration book 5 spots.
Okay, so I will make a motion that Lamont County Council declare the week of September 15th to 21st, 2025 as Rail Safety Week, and refer the information regarding Operation Clear Track to the 3 RCMP detachments that serve Lamont County. Any questions or concerns?
No.
Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
It's carried 5-0. Before we go on to the next motion regarding item 12.6, I believe that course is October 23rd to 25th, and it is in Lake Louise, so I would say we're probably not interested. So from the earlier comment, we're still on board till October 28th, so I guess we could still attend if somebody was interested. And the last item is, do we want administration to book 5 seats for the Munis 101 course? I believe that would be on November 17th. As the first day of RMA.
Yeah.
Is there any hotel rooms?
Well, RMA, you already did it. You got the RMA booked, don't you? Rooms, yeah.
So you would drive in on Monday morning, you would. Yeah.
But sometimes you book them on Sunday night, don't you? I don't know, whatever.
I
Or, yeah, yeah. They usually start at 8 in the morning here.
Yes.
Also reserve EOEP Beauty 101 course for 5 counselors at the RMA Fall Convention in Edmonton in November 2025.
Okay, any questions or concerns? Seeing that, all in favor?
Aye.
Zero. Councilor Whitus. And I now need a motion to accept the balance or balance of correspondence as information.
Make a motion that Mark Carmel to accept the balance of the correspondence as information.
Questions or? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried 5-0. Item number 13, the events meetings calendar.
I believe you'll find it on the last page of the agenda, page 175. Highlights, the Liberty office is closed. There's a Heartland board meeting on Friday the 5th. On Thursday the 4th of September, we will have limited staff operations in the afternoon. Sponsored staff. This building, and we will have at least one staff person from the Public Works building here to provide service as necessary. Also have a council meeting on the 9th. There is the annual Industrial Heartland Stakeholder event. Well, getting ready, we'll see the URL.
Accenture, yeah, I see that, yeah, underneath.
And-
Yes.
And there's
The
no
front door, in the back, there's a, yeah, it's, I know where it is. One.
Sir Wiggs there attending. Are others planning?
I'll attend.
Yeah, I would have been probably 10.
Deputy Reeve, are you planning to attend on the 12th? You muted him.
All right.
If you're coming on Thursday, we'll just table it.
So it does say tomorrow. You think you thought that was young? I need a motion to accept the council calendar as information. As amended, I guess.
Accept the council calendar for September 2025 as information.
Okay, thank you, Roy. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
The reasons. Wonder if we can get set up and then we could, I think our lunch is probably here, we can eat while we present for that world. To get out in the field, get out of here more quickly.
Okay, so then I will call a recess at 11:57.
They gonna do online?
back to the August 26th, 2025 regular council meeting. We'll reconvene at 12:07. And we're gonna deal with item 5.2, public engagement survey, 2025 final results and presentation by Y Station.
I'll ask Mr. Blake for the next introductory comments, and we'll hand it over to our presenters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tranowski. So, as council is aware, we've been providing year in budget this last year. Council approved doing a external survey as opposed to our using Survey Monkey internally. And so that was to improve participation, reliability, and ensure representative results. And the company that was chosen was Y Station, and Tracy will be presenting a little bit more. But I just kind of want to give a little bit of some of the highlights of what we found, page 27. The results were fairly consistent. There was 142 participants, including 35 by phone. Those who completed the survey via telephone were more likely to select good value compared to those who completed the survey via postcard. And one of the interesting things, many of the respondents were unsure of the services provided by Lamont County. And interesting that whether that may be more communication, however, we've been doing a lot of communication on service levels, or it's just an apathy or satisfaction of what is going on out there. So one of the interesting things is these numbers are going to become a baseline for future comparisons. And of course, the Y Station representatives, Tracy can comment at the end of her presentation on how these compare to other similar surveys. So I just wanted to give a little bit of an intro in there as to why we engaged Y Station. Again, that was to get some more. There was concerns in previous years that the results were being manipulated by staff. Having the external people provides that assurance is that it's coming forward on a that information is being provided as reliable, and interestingly to see that our results were very similar. So Tracy, I'll let you start off with some introductions and then going into your slide deck.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Again, Tracy With, so I'm a partner with Y Station. Have been doing this for a few years here and there. And I see that I need to share my screen, so just give me a second to do that. Oh, it doesn't want to do that.
Tracy's being very humble when she says she's been doing this for a few years. I remember when I was at the city of St. Albert in 2003 or so, I encountered Tracy when she was working for a company called Manager. So they remain the gold standard on municipal citizen satisfaction.
Folks, I'm struggling to share my screen and wondering if you guys can run the PowerPoint from where you are, if you happen to have it there.
Yeah, absolutely, we can.
Thank you. Yes, I've been around the bend, but it's lovely to present to folks here in Lamont today. So yes, we work with about 40 municipalities in the province, and we're happy to be with Lamont. So let's go ahead and get started with our results. By the way, best time to present is definitely during lunch when folks are eating. You get fewer questions that way. So after you've done it this many years, you figure that out. So let's go ahead and roll right into our presentation. Thank you so much for bringing it up. So again, we'll be discussing your service level and budgets. That was the intent, or really the topics of the the survey and the presentation today. So we're going to do our best to cover that. And then we can address any questions that come up at the end of the presentation. So we'll hop right into our executive summary, which is our next slide there. So living in Lamont, the big factor that we measured was, again, 68% live in Lamont County because they just prefer that rural living. That's not a surprise when we speak to many municipalities. We do hear that, that small town atmosphere, that rural community is what folks, that's that primary reason for why folks are where they are. In terms of value for tax dollar, 39% of respondents indicated they receive poor value for their tax dollar, with over one quarter indicating they receive fair value for their tax dollar. And we'll get into some of those specific items as we go through the rest of the presentation with a little bit more information there. So on to our next slide, when we look at service level expectations. The top two services with the highest meeting expectation scores, so these are people that are saying they're 4 or 5 ratings out of 5 in terms of expectations, are things including emergency services, 38%, and corporate services at 32%. Those that could do better in terms of meeting and had lower scores, so higher 1s and 2s on our 5-point scale, would be enforcement services at 42% and public works. Enforcement is a little unique to see in that lower meeting expectation score, but public works at 54% is very typical, particularly public works with snow and ice control or road maintenance, that type of thing. When we look at importance, though, the two services that are most important to your constituents are public works at 86% and emergency services at 83%. So those are the ones that are the most important in terms of focus or the things we want to get right. The items a little lower on the scale are community services at 23% and agricultural services and programs at 20%. Not a surprise, though, because not all of your constituents, agriculture would not necessarily be applicable to all of the folks that participated in the survey. All right. When we look at our next slide, we're looking at trust. So both statements, I feel county values public feedback, and I trust council to make appropriate decisions on that benefit the county, receive the same level of agreement at 20%, 4 or 5 out of 5 ratings. In terms of communication, nearly 2/3 of respondents had contact with county employees. And of those 47% selected that 4 or 5 out of 5 for level of expectations being met. I will share with you the contact with county employees seems high at 67%, but that is very typical for county. For rural municipalities, we do see that folks have that level of contact. They like to be able to reach people in person. They like that one-on-one contact. So that is very, very typical for us to see. Counties have very high, direct contact with their employees. Now, that being said, less than half, or 44%, had contact with a council or counselors. And of those, 43% selected 4 or 5 out of 5 in terms of level of expectation being met. So again, very typical to see those numbers. These are your people that will approach you at the grocery store or at public events. They do like being able to speak with county representatives directly. So know that you guys are busy folks when you're out and about. We're able to see that. All right. In terms of your budget input in relation to the 2030 county strategic planning goals, 30% of respondents indicated that minimizing property taxes in the future was the most important priority or goal in your strategic plan. The most selected preferred tax strategy would be an inflationary increase of taxes, but just to maintain services at the current level, 33%. I will speak to that in the future as well. That is a very typical response that we're seeing in the vast majority of our municipalities over the past few years in terms of that, inflationary increases, but only to maintain current service levels. 46% of respondents indicated that infrastructure and maintenance should have increased service levels. That ties into that public works component that we'll see, and we'll see that as a theme throughout. And then over half of respondents selected that 3 out of 5 in terms of greater decrease in user fees and 5 being a greater increase in user fees. So folks are sitting right in the middle, right on that fence at that 3 out of 5 in terms of what's working for folks in terms of increases for user fees or taxes. All right. So we'll do just a brief overview because I know that we have set the stage in terms of background and methodology, but this is in support to your commitment to providing residents and business owners input into the service levels and budget decisions made by the county. The draft questionnaire was provided to Y Station. We then reviewed and adjusted. You will note though, because of those adjustments, that we will see that there has been some comparability that we're not able to do with the previous surveys. So really, really important to kind of keep in mind that when you make changes to the questions in the way that we did, that comparability isn't something that we're able to maintain. That being said, you know, you're able to make some of those comparisons yourself. We did receive a total of 142 participants in the survey. The postcard sample of 93 was very effective of reaching out. And then we had a landline telephone sample of 35. And those are folks that just aren't the type of person to respond online. We did see, you know, typically we see an older demographic or maybe potentially some areas of the county where connectivity can be a bit of an issue. There was an open link as well on the Lamont County website, and social media received a total of 13 responses. So a really nice way of being able to ensure that we had as many, you know, accessible options for folks to participate as possible. In terms of the business community, emails were sent to those business public listings as operating in Lamont, and we did receive a total of 1 response from the business community. All right, our data collection window on our next slide was from July 7th to 31st. In the summer, we do tend to have run slightly longer data collection windows. It's really important because of holidays and busy times with grandkids that we do have a bit of a longer just window for folks to be able to respond. Again, the survey was completed using that web-based postcard mailer and then some random landline telephone calling. The public survey was an open link survey that was available on the website and then promoted through your county social media posts. As we go through the results, though, important to keep in mind a couple of things. 100% of the responses may add up to more or slightly less because of rounding or multiple responses to those types of questions where more than 1 response is accepted. All graphs and tables are single response unless otherwise stated. And then only significant differences based on mode or division are reported where they've been found through the crosstab analysis of the results. And those were listed in really the notes section of the survey report. When we look at our distribution of our respondent profile, 89% of folks lived in the county, rural, farm, acreage, or live in a hamlet within the county. 68% also own property, so that's where you're seeing that they add up to more than 100%, because of course you can live and own property in the county at the same time. I own and operate a business at 15%, and then I work for a business or industry that operates within the county. So just a nice distribution of what we're looking for in terms of responses. I think in the future, if we were to increase that business participation, that would be ideal. That being said, we look at our distribution of the divisions. So the highest representation is with Division 5 and our lowest is with Division 1. And then we do have that prefer not to answer, or folks were just unable to figure out what division we were living in when they responded to the survey. All right, now that we've got through the nitty-gritty, let's get into the results. So living in Lamont County, reasons for living, there's that 68% that I just prefer rural living. And so if you're going out and promoting Lamont County as a place to live, work, or raise your families, that is your biggest reason to promote, that's the reason why folks are here. 37% are here because they've always been, they grew up here. And then 33% also mention operating a farm or agricultural business. So those are our primary reasons. When we look at changing Lamont County. So what are the most important things that you would change? If you could, improve or increase road maintenance and repairs, is our top reason at 18%. So we're just going to move on to the next slide with our open ends. There we go. All right. So again, improve or increase road maintenance and repairs at 18%. And again, this is not unique. This is very typical when we look at rural communities. Roads, road maintenance and repairs tends to be top of the list. Second, though, is lower taxes at 11%. I would say that's somewhat on the high end, but still within a normal range of taxes. And then improving policing, increasing community patrols, presence, or reduced crime. That ties back to that enforcement item from before that we looked at 7%. And then town council or better leadership. Again, not unique, not a surprise to see this. We do tend to see this hovering around the 10 to 12% range every time we do a survey in any municipality. So folks don't necessarily always agree with the decisions that are made in terms of leadership. And then budgeting was high at 6%. So, these are our top themes that came out of that open-ended question that we asked. All right, we'll move on. When we look at overall value received from the county services for taxes paid, we see 39% feel that they have poor value for their tax dollar. And again, 26% at fair value, 18% at good value, 9% at very good value, and 1% at excellent. Here we do see the difference, though. The folks that answered by the phone tended to choose good value as opposed to those that responded by postcard. So it's important to note that when we phone, we're catching people by the phone. They may not have, put a ton of thought into this. They're not coming in on their own energy or effort to respond. The folks that receive the postcard do have to take that extra step. They do tend to have a bit more of an axe to grind when we do the survey. So not a surprise to see that difference in methodology. When we look at, why is it that people are giving you the answers that they're giving? Again, lack of or poor road maintenance and repairs at 32% for those that gave you a poor or fair rating. So roads, you will hear me say this a number of times during the presentation. Just minimal service for the taxes that are paid at 26%, 23% mentioning that taxes are too high, that there are budget concerns at 11%, and then we're here to, again, roads, snow and ice removal at 10% as being the top reasons why folks are giving you poor and fair ratings. Snow and ice removal are issues in every community. That being said, the road maintenance issues at 32%, a little bit higher, but we tend to see that in rural municipalities. When we look at excellent, folks are happy about the roads. So it's still all about the roads. Road maintenance and repairs, well maintained, 34%. Satisfied with the county overall at 12%. So a little bit of additional comments there, but the vast majority of the issues, again, are tied to roads and road maintenance.
Tracy, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, please.
How do I reconcile, and they're virtually side by side, lack of maintenance repairs, 32%. Good road maintenance and repairs, well maintained condition, 34%. Now I noticed that the sample size is different. A smaller number of people say that roads are well maintained, but it's almost like contradictory. Lack of or minimal services for taxes paid. Satisfied with the services, they're doing a great job. Lack of or poor snow and ice removal, 10%. Good snow and ice removal, 7%. So I guess those are the tails, right? That's the low and the high, and then the middle is the middle.
That's an excellent comment. I think the thing that I would want to drag you back to is it depends what road they're living on in a lot of cases. And so people that have responded favorably may have had some recent road repair or paving, or maybe in a part of the community that is more of an arterial roadway as opposed to more of a residential roadway. So a lot of this has to do with probably where these folks are located.
Or is it maybe just a habit? Is it maybe just a habit? Well, you know, I live in the county, I complain about my road.
There's probably a little bit of learned behavior there as well. I would agree with you. So if you go to a community meeting and you would know this yourselves as well as I would, and is one of the topics that always comes up roads and road maintenance? Some of the people are going to be happy with that. Some of the people may not. And so it does seem like roads maintenance repairs is a big issue. If you look at urban municipalities, we see a lot of congestion, we see a lot of construction as being the issues. So it's kind of one of those almost impossible to win scenarios. Does that make sense? Oh. Oh, you're there. Sorry, I think I might have lost you for a minute. All right, I guess we're moving on. All right, let's look at our value received from the county for taxes paid by division. When we look at the divisional results, this is where you're seeing some of that difference. So Division 5 had lower ratings overall, but also included in that is Division 1, with of the small 10 that responded, we really only had one individual that gave a positive rating. So this might be a little bit more of that depends on what road you're living on answer. Oh, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss a question or a comment.
No, we're good.
Okay, good. So that probably gives you just a little bit of that geographic insight that we spoke about. All right, folks, let's get into it. Expectations and importance. So one of the things that we're doing now, we're not as much focused on the satisfaction. We do see that in some municipalities, but it's more about, do these service levels meet your expectation? And the perfect example that I like to give about this is if you're dealing or have a service expectation with bylaw and have had interaction, that tends to be the only service that if you're interacting with bylaw, you may not be as happy. And everybody else, when you tend to deal with staff from municipality and you can meet their expectations, bylaw is the one that struggles the most with that, just because of the nature of those interactions. Now, that being said, you'll see here along the side, we have the mean scores. Those are very, very telling in terms of what that distribution of satisfaction is looking at. So the higher the mean, the higher the satisfaction. The mean also excludes the don't know responses. So when we look at community services, 32% of people were unable to rate what community services are. So they're not aware of them, they're not unsure of what those are. When we exclude that 32%, you actually see the rating overall of the mean score at 3.22, the second highest mean rating of all the services provided. So to me, when we look at community services, your agricultural services and programs, planning and development, as well as economic development, those are services that you might want to look at doing some awareness work on, because with that high, I don't know, you don't have people necessarily understanding what that service is, let alone what level of expectation they have. Now, that being said, emergency services very high, corporate services quite high, and then community services, when we take out that 32% of those that are aware and have an expectation, they had a 3.22 mean. On the lower end, enforcement services, not a surprise again if you're interacting with enforcement services or they're not meeting your expectation, that's that 2.4. And then economic development, just a large group of folks that aren't sure what that is. Now, is that unusual? No. There's lots of people that don't understand what municipal economic development is. And so that 25% don't know is not a big surprise. Any questions on this one? All right, not hearing any. What area of service could Lamont County improve? Surprise, surprise, road maintenance and repairs at 37%. And then just overall budgeting, reducing wasteful spending at 9%. And then you'll see the next two below, public works, snow and ice, are still focused on road. So again, the biggest issue that you're dealing with in your municipality in terms of feedback are coming from your roads, road maintenance, and road repair.
And Tracy, would you say that this is typical of most county municipal district surveys that you do?
Yes. Very typical of our rural municipalities. The last one I did in Sturgeon County had I had 80% that were talking about roads. So very, very typical. All right. So our next slide is about importance. You'll see the ratings here, very high. So very high in terms of emergency services, public works, very high. Like 4.56 in terms of importance is high. Like it's not just elevated, it's abnormally high. So those three, emergency services, public works, and enforcement services, those three being over 4.0 are large. And so people are very much focused on those three services, a little less again on the community services, even though it's resonating highly in terms of satisfaction for those that can rate it. It's at a 3.28 in terms of importance. So not as important as those other services, but still people had better in terms of meeting the service meeting their expectation. So when we look at that, when we look at a gap analysis, which is our next slide, what should the county consider? Waste and recycling collection services at 5%, landfill services at 3%. But the biggest thing to focus on here is that you don't have a single response over 5%. So there's not a huge gap here where you have a large portion of your residents saying, we need something different. You're meeting the needs that people are looking to have. So you don't have a large gap that people have expectations about. All right. Let's look at communication and trust. So I feel council values public feedback, 2.44. Again, a little bit on the negative side. Love to see those numbers go up. I trust council to make appropriate decisions that benefit the county, 2.54. These are a little on the lower side. So it might be a good opportunity to go out and communicate a bit more about the decisions being made by council, as well as the opportunities to provide feedback to council. So there is a little bit of opportunity here in terms of communication that could be focused on. When we look at contact with employees, again, that 67% is about double what you see in a typical urban municipality, but is very typical of a rural municipality. They make a trip into town, they stop at the county office, things are brought there, that engagement happens in person in a lot of cases. When we look at meeting expectations, we do see a lovely set of ratings here. Not meeting expectation, sitting just under that 30% rating, but 24% at 3, 31% at 4 out of 5, and 16% at 5 out of 5 for exceeding expectations. So this is the great opportunity you have to pat on the back your employees who are doing good work with a lot of interaction with your municipal residents. All right, in terms of council, again, these are a lot of people that if I were to think of a typical urban municipality that had 44% engagement with council and councillors, that's like extraordinarily high. So you folks are getting approached in a lot of places in a lot of ways. And those interactions are meeting expectations. You have very high ratings of a 3.05 out of 5. Very nice to see that what they're doing in those settings when they have the opportunity to chat with you, that it's meeting with their expectations. So very nice to see. This is the opportunity for you to give each other a pat on the back for the good work that you're doing. All right, let's chat a little bit about the budget. What is the most important items that are important to Lamont County? Minimize property taxes in the future, 30%. Diversify the tax base, ensuring long-term fiscal sustainability, making financial decisions again to put the municipality in a good position for the future, 25%. Increase service levels at 16%. So very nice to see the three that you have sitting here nice and high. Not a surprise to see the don't know and the other that low. So you did have people that had an opinion on this question. You didn't have a lot of people holding back here. Right? Preferred tax strategy for the county, again, a cost of living or inflationary increase to maintain your service levels was by far the highest selected choice here, more than double of all the other opportunities or options. So very clear message here from your municipal residents. When we look at it by division, again, very similar. The only really big exception would be in Division 1, which had increase to increase. And so that was increase the taxes to increase or enhance services even further. Everybody else landed on that increase to maintain services as the majority. All right. When we look at specific service levels, here we go. Road infrastructure and maintenance is the primary area where folks are looking to have an increase in service. Fire services at 39%. Very important to remember this study was completed in July, so that's not a surprise to see fire and fire services given the fire situation, the forest fire situation in the province. So again, not a surprise to see that, but also it's just important to keep that in mind. We do see these numbers higher in the summer. Economic development and planning for the future at 33%, and then public advocacy at 28%. All right. When we look at adjusting user fees, and as an option, everybody, I mean, almost everybody is sitting on the fence at 54%. So you're looking at a moderate change to user fees if you're looking to adjust user fees in the future. This is definitely not carte blanche to go and double any user fees as you move forward. How should Lamont County adjust user fees in the future by division? Again, a little bit of variation here with Division 1, very clearly sitting on that fence more firmly than anybody else, but also with some option to increase the fees proportionately. But keep in mind that was only 10 individuals, so we do have to be careful with our findings there. Any additional comments or priorities? This is always fun. Just in case we haven't hit it home enough today, improve or increase road maintenance and repairs at 13%, and then just improve your budgeting and reduce wasteful spending at 12%. So very typical to see budgeting in that 12 to 15% range, and very typical for a rural municipality to see roads sitting around that 13 to 15% range. So no surprises from me here. And then I have some other slides that are really focused on demographics, but if you like, we can move to the, if anybody has any additional questions at this point in our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Tracy, for going through the survey results with us. Over to my fellow councilors, any questions for Tracy?
Heard what we had in the past.
Tracy, when you did the telephone survey, was it across divisions or was it more specifically one division involved there?
We did our best. So I will warn you that sourcing rural municipality telephone numbers is really, really hard. And really what we have to do is take a blanket by postal code, all of those postal codes that are within Lamont County, and then screen. So we would have taken anybody that had a rural mailing address that had a publicly available phone number. So there was absolutely no bias in terms of the sample, the targeting of the sample, but we do always have challenges, particularly with people that have mailing addresses that are hard for us to find. So it can be a challenge for us to source. They do tend to center around the smaller urban centers within your municipality, the villages, the summer villages, that type of thing. But that being said, we would have purchased everything we could have got our hands on that would have had that address that is publicly available for us to source a telephone number for.
But is it difficult for the majority for the highest number of respondents being in your citizens category, 65 to 79?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Is it a common occurrence where essentially the most responders to your survey would be from 65 to 79 years old in comparison to other surveys you have done?
I would say it is slightly higher, but not atypical, particularly in a rural community. We normally group these as in 55 to 79 or 55 plus, and we do tend to see somewhere around the 40% range that responds. So we did probably have about 10% more than we would typically have. But not an atypical way, not an atypical response in terms of representation. The only way to counteract that is actually to be able to get our hands on some cell phone lists, and those are not publicly available for purchase. So that is the one thing we're not able to do in a county because those cell phones come from those urban centers that are close to the municipality. But yes, there was definitely 35%, 65 to 79, and you're definitely hearing from those individuals in this survey.
Yeah, I guess the concerns regarding the roads and the taxes, I guess that's something that all residents or ratepayers would encounter. Basically, you have to drive on the roads, and as a property owner or business owner, you have to pay taxes. So in a way that kind of identifies why that would be the highest concern of the people taking a survey here. One area I'm a little concerned, page 175.
The first number and the last number.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Anyway, where I was going there is, there was a need to improve agricultural services, and we're an agricultural community, and I'm wondering if the general public really appreciates that we have a separate ag service board and a separate public works department. And that a lot of the work that the ag service board does in regards to ditch mowing, spraying, cleaning out drainages and stuff is confused with a public works function.
That can absolutely be happening. So I think there's probably two things. There is probably a lack of awareness of what agricultural services encompasses in comparison to public works. That's number one. Number two, it's a little bit like transit in an urban municipality. If you don't use the service, it's less important to you. So when we look at assessing things like the importance of transit service in an urban municipality, it's always low because if you don't use it, it's not important to you. So it would be the same for those that live in your county that would not have any interest or any interaction with agricultural services. They would think, well, that's less important to me personally. And so you would see some variation there based on that awareness piece, which you've highlighted, but also that what I would call usage piece. So if they're not using it, they may not think agriculture is as important as other things that they might use, like roads. Make sense?
Just final question for me. If we were to engage Y Station to do a survey again next year, would you do year-to-year comparisons as far as percentage increases or decreases?
Absolutely. That is my happy place in benchmarking is doing those year over year comparisons and being able to look at those changes and those differences. So absolutely, barring any major changes to the structure of the survey, that's where your real value is going to be seen. Is, when you look at what you implement, how you change, how you communicate based on the results of this survey, we would absolutely be more than happy to come back and repeat the survey. Could we look at a potentially a different window other than July, just because we have some seasonality and seasonal factors in there? We might want to plan ahead on that. That would be the only edit I would want to make to the process and the survey.
Well, I noticed that there's no complaint about water and drainage, but that could have been a completely different response in 2018 or 2020, depending what the problem is at a particular time, right? So.
You got it. We call those black box services. It's one of those things that they're all great until something goes very wrong. Then it is the top priority. And yes, you're absolutely right. There were a few years where drainage and water issues were top of the list. Absolutely.
Any other questions for Tracy? Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yep. Thank you very much, Tracy. Sorry to make you watch us eat our lunch here, but we've got farmers in the room and we're trying to get them back out on the field here on this 32-degree day here. So we appreciate you shifting your schedule a little bit so that you could be here a little earlier. And we appreciate all the information you provided here. So thank you very much.
Very welcome. Not a problem. My dad was a farmer in rural Saskatchewan. I understand. If you wanted dad, that's when you hit him between noon and 1 because he was coming in. So totally understand. Best of luck, everyone, with harvest. Thank you.
You. Is there any other question you saw online regarding the survey? We need a motion to accept the presentation as information.
Move that Lamont County Council accept presentation from Y Station Tracy with and Nicola Anderson as information.
Great, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? So Deputy Reed Lumley.
No, please.
Okay, that's carried 4-0. Okay, that completes our agenda except for the closed session. I guess we were off on our time estimate. Okay, so I need a motion to go into closed session.
Lamont County Council, go into closed session at 12:51. and ATIA section 22 and 29. The curling club member.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? 15, 20 minutes?
Somebody,
welcome back to the open session of the August 26th, 2025 regular council meeting. Coming out of closed session, we have a couple resolutions to make. Regarding the labor matters, I believe the motion is going to read to accept the labor discussion as information. Correct. Accept the discussion on labor as information. I can make that motion. All in favor? Yeah. Scary. Who wants to be a good friend of the curling club?
Make the motion that the Lamont County Council provide $25,000 to the Lamont County Curling Club for curling ice repair or plant repair and replacement coming from the community services grant budget.
Is it the Lamont County Curling Club or just the Lamont Curling Club?
It says Lamont County Curling Club. What she wrote over there.
I believe it's Lamont Curling Club.
Yeah, I don't think that was.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried 4-0. Very good.